Good day, YouTube. Hello. I didn't think I was gonna come in today. I was pretty sick from Sunday. Had a bit too much to drink. But I got feeling pretty good after taking some ibuprofen. Resting, eating. So we can do a bit of work today on that flavor analyzer that we were working on last week. That's the plan. Actually, I need to update the stream goal for today. Let me do that. Let's pull it up. Stream goal. Working on the flavor analyzer today. Easy day. Should be nice. Should be simple. Hopefully. Hey, 11%. Happy wedding. Thank you for that. Thank you. It was very... It was actually quite draining. And we just did it in the civil office, so it was pretty, you know, cheap and easy. But even then... Even then, it was just draining. I actually had a bit of a problem with... I was testing this at home over the weekend, and spoon got stuck on the door. And I don't know why. I wonder if just that entryway is too small. I don't know. I wasn't able to recreate it. I'm gonna be even more drained with the party and meeting a lot of people. Yeah, look, I'm glad we did it the way we did it, and not like you just mentioned, having, you know, that full big party. I couldn't do that. Number one, I can't afford it, and number two, definitely could not do that, energy-wise. Hey, Roop, congrats on the wedding. Thank you guys. Thank you for the congratulations. It was very nice. Where did I leave off on Thursday? Forgive me too. I'm a little bit under the weather today. May or may not be a hangover. Okay, so we have the UI popping up. We have all the inputs being handled properly. What we don't have is the list populating, and this shouldn't be appearing until we actually have something to show here. That would be it. Okay, let's see then. Flavor analyzer. We do have both of the panels here. Set them to collapsed. We have our list. I do not have an item to throw in there, though. Let me think here. We'll just duplicate this. I hate that I have to do it this way, but it is what it is. Analyzer. Okay, we can repurpose this. Well, there's a few ways we can do it. No, I won't use this button. Hey, Horkong, congrats, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully only have to do this once in my life, getting married. Ideally. I'm a little bit hungover still, but I'm I'm getting back into the swing of things. I have some pistachios here I can munch on if I need some energy. Mostly just need rest. I woke up at like 5. Yeah, these can be poofed. This can be poofed. Somewhere I have some... Yeah. These need to be updated. Do not worry, we will do this properly. Okay. Inventory ref, we can change this to flavor or analyzer ref. Hey, Cuthbert. Hi, hi. Did you guys get home okay? Have a nice weekend. Junk and seed are not relevant. We will need a switch info panel here. Hey, bless you, D. Congrats, my dude. Thank you. Cuthbert and I talked about politics during the dinner, and I think that it, I don't think other people liked it. We don't care. That's just, he and I just talk about that shit, but... Sorry, no, dude, it wasn't you. Dude, it's my wedding. I can talk whatever the fuck that I want during my wedding. I get to decide the topics. That's my day, and my wife's day. Inventory panel to show. It wasn't even anything that spicy, to be honest. It was basically, it all just kind of boils down to politicians bad. Politicians lie. I know, shocker. Yeah, we'll need the analyzer ref. I will also need the... analyzer widget ref. Can we do it on begin play? Maybe. Maybe we can. Because I only want to use one widget. This will be the easiest. Build info panel. Yeah, we need to specifically grab the ones in the flavor analyzer, so delete these. And we'll get the ingredient info panel. Potion info panel. In hindsight, I really wish that I wrote the inventory items better. My mistake. I'd rather just have, you know, one inventory item widget that we can use for everything, but there's just such different use cases for all of them. Janko, how you doing? Thanks for the congrats. Forgive my lack of energy today. I'm exhausted. Hey, this is fine-ish. We need to fix these up. Do is empty. Wait, was it is empty or is not? It's not empty, okay. Unmarried, already exhausted. No, I got pretty fucked up last night. I don't want to get into it. Just say I didn't have much of a choice. But it's fine. I should be normal tomorrow. As long as I get some good sleep today, because I woke up at like 5:30. It was rough. Hangover, yeah. That's a pretty strong one today. Icon border. Icon border. Icon border. Okay, that'll work. This is that one. This one we have to kind of do the same thing too. In country, they say the cure for poison is more poison. I only intended to have one drink last night. One. An old-fashioned. They had good bourbon. That's all I wanted. But, that's not what I was allowed to do. was, hey, which whiskeys on the menu do you like the most? Thinking that I was just being asked about my preferences. Like, oh, this one's a good one. Yeah, you'll like this one a lot. Little did I know that actually turns into, oh, then I will buy you some of that as well without telling you. Okay. Okay, I can do one. I can do one along with the old fashioned. That's fine. Oh, it's not just one. It's three. Okay. This shouldn't be relevant. Since we only have potions and ingredients that get analyzed for flavor. Bless you. Thank you, Rex, coworker. You should never have told me that people call you that. You did it to yourself. Hit the road. Thanks for the congrats. Thank you. She now gets to take half of my game when we divorce. Does it set up the colors for the inventory? Oh, because the list is separate. That's why. That's right. You still think it's funny? That's good. Okay, update tab color. We can kind of just delete these two. And these. Oh yeah, reminded me we should check check our microscape and how that's going. Probably out of energy. I got level 7 smithing though. That's a good thing. You've been grinding that so much? I still have 18 hours available. Go mine some more. Chaos Bot. Oh, thank you, Chaos Bot, for the for waiting for me. I am live. I know I said I wasn't gonna be live. I apologize. I was feeling really bad this morning. Room size, chest. Yeah, it's good seeing you guys after the weekend. Good to be back to game dev too. Default selected tab is potions. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna get my microscape time from when I saw that message. Yeah, sorry about that. I woke up at like 5:30. I felt like shit. I played a bit of an OG Maple Story server. Relaxed a bit. It was good. Krishna, how you doing? Welcome. Artist for the game just asked me if he can watch it being played, so I linked. For the art. What? Wait, microscape? How was the wedding? It was all good. Yeah, we got married in the civil office, so it was pretty short and sweet. But it was nice, you know. A little bit nerve-wracking. You think it messed up? You went for mining and smithing as I thought I would be able to equip the iron set. There might be a level requirement for defense. He made the icons and the monsters. Oh, cool. Yeah, very nice work with it. I think that they fit the vibe very well. Okay. Item analyst selected tab. Do we need anything done on construct? I don't think so. We just need to switch tab on the buttons. Switch tab. New tab. No big party. Well, we had a couple of smaller parties. We had a dinner afterwards, and that was pretty nice. Expensive, but nice. And then we had a party with their parents, too. Grandparents got married in a trench in Stalingrad. I suppose whatever works. In some cases, trench in Stalingrad is better than nothing. That's definitely memorable. This is the party, exactly. New tab. Set selected tab. Oh, that's not the same thing. I will just do a... Why is that not? There we go. We'll do a switch here. Not that. This switch. What is requirements to use iron? You'd have to ask Kent. Any honeymoon plans? Yes and no. Yes and no. It honestly just depends. We need the time, we need the money. There are some pretty cheap places we can do. Hey Casper. How you doing? Okay, we'll make this switch tab when you open it up. Congrats on the marriage, thank you. Hope you guys are having a good Monday. Switch tab, we can probably update tab color after we do that. Plans is one thing, making it happen is totally different. That's true too. The good thing is we both control our schedules right now, so really it is the most optimal time to do a honeymoon. Where we don't have to, you know, ask anybody for time off or anything. But we need to talk to a lawyer first as well for a similar matter. Residency permit stuff. No, we're getting divorced, actually. That's the reason we have to talk to a lawyer. Figured, you know what, it was pretty cool for 2 days. We're over it. Next up is Polish citizenship. Well, I can't even get Polish citizenship until I have permanent residency for, I believe, 15 years. And I can't have permanent residency until I have temporary residency for 3 years. So it is, unfortunately, a long ways off. Take off getting married and divorced from the bucket list marriage speedrun any percentage. I wonder what the fastest marriage. And, like, not trying to have the fastest marriage, but the actual fastest marriage, whatever it was. Yeah, getting citizenship or getting residency both in EU and US are horrible. I cannot imagine it. As long as you're married, you can't force you out. Yeah, they can't force me out anymore. But I won't tempt them. I'll be an upstanding citizen or resident. Under an hour, assuming you died. Accident between church. I would think too that like people who get shotgun weddinged at like I almost said New Vegas, Las Vegas would probably be the fastest. Maybe somebody got hit by a car after leaving the wedding venue. Has that ever happened though? Be kind of funny if so. Try to get this fixed up here. Hot bar. We don't need to worry about any of this. What is this? A tragedy? Why doesn't it let me translate? Kind of annoying. Oh, you can't do that anymore. Okay. Thank you. Wait. I think you have to do it this way. Website. Tragic accident after wedding bride dies. Returning from her own wedding ended with the bride's death. A drunk woman drove into the newlyweds. Can you imagine being that woman? Sorry for Polish, dude. No worries. You asked if it I did ask if it happened, and apparently, yeah, you guys win this one. Holy shit, that's kind of funny, but also sad. Sorry for Polish. You guys don't have to apologize for being Polish. Apology accepted. Setup item. You're triggered? What triggered you? World, everything that's happening is triggered. Cutsper, you just maybe need to not read the news or something for a while. You gotta play a good game like Concord or Dragon Age Veilguard. Don't play those games. Nobody should play those games. Actually, you just finished KCD 1, so you should play KCD 2. You get triggered watching news. That's why it's a good thing not to watch the news. Fuck the news. When was the last time anything honest was ever said during the news? Playing Shadow Gambit. I was tempted to get 2 Point Museum recently. Looks fun. Looks really relaxing. Commit self-ban. That even work? Yes. That is a start. Switch info panel. You don't believe that news lie? I don't know. Maybe you're reading different news. I don't know. At least in the US, every single news media outlet lies. All the mainstream news. All about getting those views. Ratings. Stop reading. I do like ground news. I think ground news is pretty cool. I don't know if any of you guys have subscriptions to ground news. Not that that stops them lying, but at least it helps to point out where they're lying. Ignorance is bliss. It kind of is sometimes, isn't it? Yeah, tab to switch to. Is it true there's an inverse correlation between project success and blueprint neatness? I don't know if I've ever heard that. Sometimes I hope so. Twisting stories to make the headline into clickbait is common for sure. I mean, that they have to. They need money. That's how the media survives. And where do they get money? From people watching ads. And how do they get people to watch ads? They get people to click. So what makes more, what gets more clicks? People, rage bait, clickbaity headlines, or telling the truth and talking about good things that happen in the world. And I'll tell you the secret. It's not the latter. Instead of having to use enums for ways to categorizing items or way to tag things, so I created myself a similar system to Unreal gameplay tags. I think gameplay tags are okay, but they're kind of annoying. There are some times where having a bit mask is great. Very, very great. And they're easier to put into data tables too, like in Excel. Thank you for the congrats on the marriage. How you doing, Implodey? Okay, ingredients. Visible, potions visible. Why does that show books, though? That should not be the case. Kind of a system where every single object is a string array and just add tags that other objects detect when they access it. I mean, I think that there's uses for gameplay tags and there's uses for enums. If you plan to have a shit ton of things, using, an enum is probably not going to be the way to do it. But if you're only using it to categorize a few things, I think this is very useful. And like I said, bit masks can be very, very useful sometimes, and gameplay tags are not bit masked. The funniest bug ever, where I put any video or streaming Chrome in full screen, the browser rendering just dies. That is weird. Huh. It is weird. Switch the GPU now this happens. You could try either disabling hardware acceleration on your browser. Okay, what was I doing? Switch info panel. Should work. Let me see. I'm expected to die. I mean, it could be something else, though. There could be some weird stuff going on with that. Never know. Yeah, I'm similar, Cuthbert. You defend ideas, not people. Defend truth, not outlets. Problem is, I think that pretty much every single news media outlet lies. So I tend to rely on independent journalists more than anything these days. Or something like Ground News, where I can at least get a lot of that shit filtered way quicker than doing it myself. Okay, ingredients. is what we need. Yeah, you're right about that too, Implodey. Hard to know what you can trust these days. Kind of a shame. You know, I did grow up in a time where places like CNN could be trusted. And you had anchors that were actually trying to tell the news and not just pander. They weren't pundits, you know. That changed quickly. Even government-funded media that was at one point quite unbiased or even, you know, slightly leaning one way, but it was very centrist, quickly became leaning one way. Yeah, I think if people just don't argue in good faith, then I don't really want to talk about it. You know, you can be wrong, but at least just be wrong in good faith. Inventory. Item analyzer. And I think what it is that happened in the US is that each side just radicalizes each other. So that even the people who are kind of fairly in the center will eventually get pushed to the fringes. And no party was better at pushing people to the fringes than I think the Democrat Party. That's selected. Update panel. You're a Trump supporter. No. Never would be. Did not vote for him, do not like him. Think that pretty much everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. Now, what is about the Democrat Party going from focusing on class war to focusing on culture war? From what I've seen, I feel like the Democrat Party, when they don't like you, they will try to cancel you. When the Republicans don't like you, they will try to they just won't talk to you. And I think that there's no better way to radicalize people than trying to censor them. Declining TV viewership, everyone is forced to either pander to old people or produce cheaper content like reality TV. Fair. Foreign minister was just insulted. He was. It's true. I know sometimes what I say will make me sound like a Trump supporter, but I'm not. I'm not a I'm not a Democrat supporter either. If anything, I support independent. I've always supported independent politicians, but they're always just going to be kind of. They will never win, because at the moment that you have any sort of morals or values, you will never make it far enough to actually be voted that high up. Is what it is. Center right? Yeah, I think that in some things I'm center right, some things I'm center left. I'm quite pro workers' rights. I want to abolish big pharma and big healthcare. I think that, you know, although at the same time I also believe in smaller government. I'm pro-gun, but also pro-common sense gun laws. I think universal basic income is probably an inevitability at some point. You know, I think that I'm more like just a classical liberal, or I'm very much a believer in liberalism. Small government pro-federalism, though, with more responsibility for the states themselves. Yeah, I am very pro-federalist. I think that states competing for things is a good thing, and that in general, the smaller a population, or the more local a governmental focus, the higher likelihood that the government will be able to do what's right for the people that it looks out for. So, like, you know, a family knows what's best for its family. A governor knows what's best for that city, or like a mayor. You know, a governor of a state knows what's best for that state. And the higher up you go, I think that the more out of touch politicians get with the smaller groups, right? So, in general, I believe that federalism is better than some overarching government controlling everything. But some things should be dictated by the federal government. Just not everything. The red-blue votes, the larger the urbanization, the more blue votes there are. Yeah, cities are an interesting thing, aren't they? Center left, but currently in USA even centrists are pushed into being right a bit. Yeah. Gasman, who is centrist, but due to Hours and Lies is more center right. Probably more left in policy, but I don't care that much. You know, Asman, though, is a hardcore Bernie supporter. So, he's hard to place. He's hard to place. I think he's similar to me, or to both of us, Cuthbert, where we kind of just, we have certain issues that we agree with, but not certain sides. You like trains? Hey, that works. I worked in a train game. Bit buggy. Asman is I think Asman is easy to place, but it just depends on the issue. Don't like that Asman fell hard into the pit of calling a lot of stuff woke. I think his viewers are worse than him on that regard. You know, because, for instance, he played Avowed, right? He said it was an okay game. He beat it. It was an okay game to him. He didn't see any of the woke stuff. I think that he jokes sometimes about it being woke just because it's fun for his audience, but his audience is definitely pretty hard in that, on that culture war. They're working on the railroad. Good to see you guys. Did you all have a nice weekend? Populist left policy and right-leaning culture war. Populist. Yeah, Asman is definitely, or I would say nationalist, but not that being nationalist is inherently a bad thing. I don't like that people consider nationalism a bad thing inherently. Extreme nationalism can be a bad thing. Right-leaning in the culture war. I think that Asman is right-leaning in the culture war because the left side of the culture war literally tries to cancel and censor people who don't agree with them in terms of the culture war. Are you pro-tax the rich or pro-eat the rich? I think that it is a big Democrat lie that the rich people do not pay taxes. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that over 40% of U.S. taxes, U.S. income taxes, are from the 1%. So they are paying their taxes. However, I am pro fix the loopholes in the tax system. Left side tries to cancel Nazis. You seriously don't know a lot of tax evasion. Oh, you seriously don't know anything. Really? Okay. Who's Nazis legend, Zeus? Could you name some of them? What is a Nazi? Out of curiosity. How do you define a Nazi? Am I a Nazi? Someone with a funny accent. Damn. I'm a bit more than medium in Poland, and I am pro bigger taxes. I think that, you know, at least fix the loopholes, and then we can talk about whether or not taxes need to be raised. But the rich in the US do pay a lot of the income taxes. The issues that comes from a lot of the rich people doing a lot of tax evasion. Like I said, over 40% of income taxes comes from the 1%. And in fact, the lowest income earners in the US, I think, only attribute like 3% of income taxes. I think it's 3%. Okay, let me see if the ingredients tab is working. Then we can get this fixed. I think Nazis thrown around too much? I agree. I would say that Trump and his followers are definitely pro-authoritarianism. But being pro-authoritarianism doesn't make you a Nazi. It's a slippery slope into actual fascism. Different flavors. Different flavors. I mean, but I think that calling Trump a Nazi is really going too far, though. I mean, if you wanna make claims that he has similar things to like fascists, sure, but I mean, the guy has, you know, supports Israel, and you know, he put an Indian guy in charge of the FBI, so you know, I think the rhetoric is not the most accurate in this regard. That's where nuance is important. Rather than using those words, I'd rather just use different things, more accurate words to describe him. I think the only authoritarian regime that actually works is Singapore. I don't know too much about Singapore. Especially since we'd be a better description. Could be. Could be. I agree with some things Trump says and does, and I disagree with other things. I agreed with some things Biden said and did when he could be understandable and wasn't just saying random words. You know, it's kind of a shame too, because Biden used to be really sharp. Really, really sharp. Trump's not a Nazi, but he is fascistic. America #1. Like I said, being nationalistic is not inherently a bad thing. Attacking everybody is definitely, yeah. Personality cult, border revisionism, Greenland, Canada. Has he tried to claim that Greenland is owned? Has he tried to do border revisionism with Greenland? I thought he just said that he wanted Greenland. One of the countries they should be thankful are small people, authoritarian. Yeah, insulting other nations. Let's see how far that gets him. There we go. Oop. We gotta clear that list. Oopsies. I think Greenland is free to join the U.S. and that he was ready to take it by force if need be. I thought he implied that he was going to take it by force, not that he said he was. I mean, but, you know, potato, I guess. Data or data, right? He's suing media. Well, he can sue media. Just so you know, like, he has the right. That doesn't mean that he'll win those suits. But I don't think the media should be protected. The media has said some stupid stuff, and they have made up a lot of lies in the past. Foreign death would be marriage functionality already. Foreign would be a child. I don't know. We need the money. We need the space for a child if we're gonna have a child. Switch tab. I probably need to clear the list. Clear children. Kind of like, talk about Singapore kind of reminds me of Julius Caesar. You know, I guess once in a blue moon there can be a good dictator. That doesn't mean that I support dictatorships, but, you know. Make sure that Trump's nationalism is the nationalistic zealotry of his followers. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You know, I like I said, I agree that I think most countries should prioritize their own citizens and their own, the people inside there. It is a slippery slope, though. It definitely is. Patriotism is cool. Patriotism is good. I think people should be proud of the countries that they come from. That doesn't mean that they need to be proud of the governments or the people that, make shitty decisions. You know, there's a lot of guilt in young Germans because of World War II. I honestly don't think that anybody who didn't have anything to do with the Nazis shouldn't feel guilty about the Nazis. Asma and Trump can be in the same convo. Well, he does do a lot of political reactions nowadays. Nationalism is bad as nationalism is about my nation over all other nations. I don't think nationalism is bad. I think that nations have a responsibility and a duty to their own citizens above other nations. My classmates once said she was ashamed at all the German flags during a football match. The sins of the father are not the sins of the son. And I think that nobody will ever be able to get me to change my mind on that. Some of us Germans, that shame is deeply ingrained. It really shouldn't be. I really don't like that it is like that sometimes. Okay. I at least have these, and they are switching. The analyze button doesn't do anything. I think we should hide potions that are fully analyzed and ingredients that are fully analyzed. That would be my goal. Meanwhile, Japan denied their war. I think every country denies their war crimes, to be fair. Every country that has been in war has probably committed war crimes, and no country wants to admit that they've done it. Is that if you're patriotic, you want for your country the best. If you're a nationalist, you think your nation is better than others and that you should gain more advantage from them. Okay, so I'm probably using this in a different definition, though. Either that I have a different definition, or that I am thinking of the word in the inaccurate definition of nationalism. I don't see patriotism as saying that. Hold on. I don't even want to see Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is definitely leaning one way politically in some cases. Identification with one's own nation and support for its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the interests of other nations. No, so I am using nationalism correctly. I do think that it is a slippery slope. But there is undeniable proof that nations that are, kind of that look after their own people do generally have more stable countries than those that don't. That's one of those tough things about life that we kind of have to talk, that nobody wants to talk about. Imperialist. Good way to put it. There's a big problem in USA compared to EU, but even in EU we have a problem with the overwhelming number of Russian propaganda, fake news, and well-paid actors. The thing is, wouldn't media literacy require that the media itself is literate? So you have to question, is by and large EU media more accurate than US media? Because I promise you, it's not that the people in the US don't watch the news. It's that the US media is just full of pandering and rage bait and lies. Because they're shielded. They have shield laws for a lot of this. Get all unidentified ingredients. Start with this. We have too much news. Right in Germany is reading the news from Russia-funded media like News, fake news propaganda network, and similar outlets like Telegram news channels. They're an echo chamber of what they want to hear. Oh. The emus are coming. Scandinavian state medias are super good. I don't really read a lot of like US or EU news. I do not believe anything that goes to ideology or thoughts even one bit. I think that all news will probably end up going down similar paths unless there are strong, maybe protections isn't the right word, but strong regulations against fake news. The trouble is who defines what's fake. In some cases, I think the facts are difficult to untangle in certain scenarios. No state media from EU are good except for countries owned by populism. They are. They're not fake news. The problem with state media is that it's owned by the state. And just because the people in control of the state are good right now, that doesn't mean that they always will be. And I think that's why it's not that I hate state news, but that I will always be fearful of state news because it can be controlled. Because it is not independent. But then you have independent news being controlled by people with lots of money and their own interests. So is that any better? I don't think so. Big deal when the news became 1 hour from 30 minutes, so it just spiraled. What do you think really made the US news go downhill? What was it? When did it start? You think it was slow? Was it fast? Marketing. That could be. That definitely could be. Social media? I think those could both be factors. And while here in Germany, we now have MERS wanting to pass a special loan for our military that is large enough to make Germany a military superpower again. People they got the funding from. What do average Germans think about the expansion of Germany's military? Because I would often think that the EU spending more money on its military is probably good for the protection of the EU. They're excited? What their babes are. I'll tell you a secret. Polish people don't think that German women are very hot. But I don't know. I've been in Germany a couple times. I saw two police ladies. Wow. I've never wanted to commit a crime more than that moment when I saw those two police ladies. Holy shit, they were hot. I was with a friend at one time. I'm like, I just pointed at them. I'm like, dude, I might commit a crime right now. I think all media make pressure for legacy media that make legacy media more partisan. Wouldn't you think though that alternative media pressuring legacy media would try to make legacy media more like the alternative media, right? Like if everybody is watching Joe Rogan, and it's not even that it's I'm not here to argue about Joe Rogan and all of his beliefs, because he's just a person. But at least it's unedited. So I know that when I'm watching a Joe Rogan thing that I might hear things that are false. I might hear things that are wacky or, out of left field, but at least it is unedited. And it's funny. Yeah, he is funny. He's entertaining. It's easy to engage into, right? It's not like I have 10 minutes of hearing some yapping and then, 20 minutes of ads and then another 10 minutes of yapping. It is just unedited, it's unfiltered, and it's very easy to access. And you would think that the legacy media would be like, oh shit, okay, this is what's getting all the views. We should become this now. You saw him in person? Oh, that's pretty cool. I'd be kind of scared to see him in person because he's jacked, dude. He could lay me out. We're very mixed about it. Whilst the ones I talked about this with agree that with the US possibly leaving NATO that we need our own military. Even nukes, everyone is generally on edge because of how large that loan is. Yeah, I don't know what'll happen. I have a feeling that it's just a negotiation tactic, right? In order to get these other nations to militarize more. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, I need to get all unidentified ingredients. Get ingredient knowledge. That'd be good for parts of our economy, but at the same time that money will be lost in other areas. Here's what I want for both the US and the EU. Less reliance on Russia and China. And I think that if the US can get a chip manufacturer, which requires rare earth materials, and if the EU can do that too, that will be a pretty big success and step towards that. Doesn't officially need to leave NATO. All it takes is the belief that they wouldn't honor Article 5. Didn't Trump claim that? I think he claimed something about Article 5 and how like no other nation has supported it or something or agreed to it, but the only time that Article 5 has ever been evoked was by the US and all the nations did do it. So I don't know. There was something like that. Hey Mertusa, congratulations, thank you. How's the game coming along? It is coming. We're working on a flavor analyzer today and just talking politics, I guess. Who knows? Yeah, everybody's on edge. I need to check if like how can I do this? I could do a massive ore check. I guess. I mean, they're enums, and it would just be, I don't know. This would only be done when building the inventory anyway for the analyzer, so if it lags a little bit, I guess it's fine. Want to see the YouTube soccer football match? No. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. This is stupid. I should just make this a function. Looks silly. Started using diversion from your recommendation so far. It's so great and it was super easy for setup. Great to know. I have not tested it yet, but it's good to hear another person say good things about it. Bunch of internet personalities should go next here. Oh. No Asmongold? I like Asmon. He doesn't get out much. No, he doesn't. I mean, unless it's to go to like Wendy's or go buy some more steak, I don't think he gets out very much. Wendy's, yeah, Wendy's does sound pretty good. Most people generally pro euro, or do you want to keep your own currency? Good question. I'm gonna break I got Mexican food. Fuck off. I would love some genuine Mexican food right now. Big old plate of refried beans. Dirty rice. Chimichangas. It messed up your order. Shit. This is the stupidest check ever. Politicians that lick Europe booty. I think the EU is really good at some things and really bad at other things. You know, it's just it's a bureaucracy, right? It's a bureaucratic. What's the word? Not party. Collection. Europe has way too much reliance on foreign countries, in my opinion. Especially when it comes to, like, technology. Yeah, there's a lot of regulation on tech. A lot of regulation. And that does hurt. That does hurt the EU quite significantly. And, you know, tech is the future. Tech generates a lot of GDP. Biggest issue is resource. We have a lot of fertile land, but we do not have a lot of rare earth materials. Yeah. I think that if EU could get their hands on rare earth materials and do less regulation with tech, they could have some big companies, you know, of like the Google, Meta, Nvidia size, right? That would help Europe's GDP significantly. Go get a meteor. Aren't meteors mostly just like iron and shit? What percentage of meteors are rare earth materials? Tech regulation's the reason why I could not get a nice mini LED monitor. It's also they just put VAT tax on it. Like, it just seems like one of the best moves the EU could do is to deregulate tech so that they could have, you know, a big tech hub here. Especially if tariffs apply to technology. And I don't know if they do. I don't know if the tariffs that have been proposed will affect even my cost for buying goods from the US. Or for instance, you know, a subscription to like Google Workspace that I use for my professional email. Is that increased? I don't know. Google Workspace is cool. It would be really cool just for Europe to have their own answer and competition for. It would help everybody. It would help Europe. It would help customers because Google would finally have competition on the global scale. But it's just, I don't know if it's too late, right? If these companies are too large to compete with. Doing tariffs on pharmaceuticals was the dumbest thing ever. The whole pharmaceutical industry in the US is fucked. God, what I would give to be president and just dismantle all this bullshit. Hey, Lazy Fangs, congrats on getting married. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I was waiting for you to appear because I was just gonna reply to your Discord message directly live. The wedding was good. It was quiet. It was cheap. It was quick. Thank you for the well wishes. Netherlands are one of the largest pharmaceutical exporters, and the only thing that will get hit from those tariffs will be lower class people that need them. Really? Netherlands? Really? Netherlands exports? I never knew that. Oh yeah, look at that. Huh. Petroleum too. Wait, why is Europe getting their energy from Russia if they have energy right here in Netherlands? Is it not enough or something? I mean, the better question is why did they get rid of their nuclear power plants? What is this chart? It is oec.world. It's a really cool way to see exports by country and where those exports go to. So if we look at like vaccines, blood and stuff, like we can see where it gets exported to. Biggest exporter to the US. Packaged medicaments, mainly to Germany and France. Probably not enough or too expensive, could be. They do export a lot of that to Germany, actually. I think you can see imports as well. Wait, they import petroleum? Wait. They produce their own crude petroleum, which they export, but then they import crude petroleum from the US. Are you a pro subscriber? No, I'm not. 4% machinery is probably mostly XML. I don't know, dude. I don't understand imports exports enough to realize why they 8% of their imports are petroleum, even though they export refined petroleum. Rude. Weird. Export a lot of crude petroleum to Belgium. It's a pretty cool site. Germany. Germany imports its gas, mainly from Norway and Belgium. Huh. Pretty cool. What did you want to apply to? Oh, you just asked how the wedding was. I was going to tell you. Have you played Kingdom Come Deliverance? Yes. The first one, and we are in the middle of a playthrough through the second, but I don't know if I will continue that on stream, to be honest. It's a tough game to stream, and it's very long. Yeah, the first game was long, but the second one is just really long, and it's... If I was a full-time player of games, I would have more time to do it, but... Don't spoil it, don't worry. I will not talk about it. Tough game to stream while you do steal and murder. It's just, I guess the time for me is the toughest part. I think even Carnage is still playing through his playthrough, and I don't even want to know how many hours he's pumped into it. Hey everyone. Hi Co. He's on part 212 already. Jesus Christ. And I think each of these is 30 minutes long. A long game. But playing KCD as a murder hobo kind of is too metagamey. It's pretty easy, honestly, to play it as a murder hobo. Actually gets views on YouTube. I like to watch some of his stuff on YouTube because I don't have the time to catch him live. And he cuts things up into 30-minute sections, which is really nice too. Something I don't do. Oop. Do that. I think that Carnage actually multi-streams now on YouTube as well. And then I think he uses those to cut up to put on YouTube because they're better bitrate. I don't remember. Refused to become murder hobo. Yeah. Fair. Okay, get all identified ingredients for the analyzer. Need that open again. It's objectively the better livestream site due to pause and rewind, but Twitch just has the better interface. Agreed. Oh, we also want to only get owned items too. Okay, I can check for that as well. Or I can add that in. Don't know what this fish thing is. Do not worry about it. We only grab owned. They do nothing. Gold does nothing. Get ingredient structure. Well, no, we need to grab the actual inventory item, so it's not that. I do need the amount. Current ingredient amount. Got some keys. I had to fix a funny bug yesterday when my renderer did not run on AMD GPUs, but it ran on NVIDIA GPUs. That is a weird bug. I wouldn't know how to fix that. Okay, only grab owned should check if the current ingredient amount is greater than 0. And then we'll use that for the branch check. You know, I have to applaud. AMD is really trying to compete with NVIDIA, but they're not winning the battle. Or with CPUs. I don't know why. I think their CPUs are actually much better than their GPUs. Especially with the latest issues with the 1312 and 13 series of AMD's winning CPU. Not for gaming. Not for gaming, I'll tell you that. They have only 31% of the market share. And actually recently they went from 16.4% to 11.5% of the GPU market share. Just playing OEMs using Intel. I don't know, a lot of OEMs have AMD CPUs because they're cheaper, and people go with the cheapest option in a lot of cases. OEMs you find online have Intel GPUs. I find the opposite, but you know, that is here in Poland where it's very expensive to buy a computer. New AMD GPUs getting rave reviews. I haven't seen that yet. What about emus? Shut up. How do I find a good laptop with an AMD CPU here, for example? Oh. By Intel because I never owned an AMD, even if AMD is better in CS2. I mean, here's the thing. Gaming performance when it comes to a CPU is really, really negligible. You don't buy a CPU. I mean, you can find equivalent CPUs for gaming performance. AMD CPUs are generally better than Intel's. They're cheaper, that's for sure. But they both have their pros and cons. There's a lot of good tech in Intel CPUs that are much more preferred for certain types of workstations, for instance. But if you're just a casual gamer, you might as well just go for whatever's cheapest. Even i9-10900K is struggling with CS2. It shouldn't be. You should try unlocking your cores or something. There shouldn't be any problem in CS2 with the 10900. I don't know why CS2 would be CPU heavy in the first place. Are we talking about like new Counter-Strike 2? or City Skylines 2? Yeah. No, City Skylines 2 would definitely be CPU heavy. I can't imagine Counter-Strike 2 being CPU heavy though. Struggling is not getting 500 FPS. Well, yeah, if your monitor just doesn't have a 500 FPS refresh rate, you might as well. Are you using like G-Sync or something? Or what's the AMD version of G-Sync? FreeSync. Because you should just be tying it to 360 so you're not getting any screen tearing. Yeah, look, CS2 only requires I5 750 or higher. I would hope that everybody has that. Okay, this should work. It identified all unidentified ingredients. Only grab owned. And we'll use that. Oh, and we will need the indices as well. Okay, we can do that. Current index. Yeah, I think honestly, you're getting more FPS than I think your body is capable of reacting to at a certain point. I think that at a certain point, network latency would even be your bottleneck here rather than your monitor and input latency. What's the latency improvements you feel? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ingredient indices. Buttery smooth gives me a boner. That's understandable. Section has been client-side for over a decade. Has it been? Well, I mean, still at that point, you know, I would the increase from like let's just say 360 to 480 hertz really be the bottleneck, or would your own human reaction time be the bigger one here? That's an open question. Everything has limits. Deep. Put that in a cereal box. Let's add unique actually. Redundant, but safe. Really, any reason to go above 240? Get compy sports players going up to 480 for that little tidbit of better latency, but beyond that, there's not really much improvements you would notice. That's my thoughts too. But what do I know? I don't play esports. I don't play sports. I used to play sports. More is always better. Not when it comes to debt. Not when I'm being audited. Technically, if I cheat in all the ingredients, if this works, this should just show all the ingredients like before. So, you know, no difference. If I cheat alchemical knowledge, it shouldn't build anything. I think. What does in debt you to you more is better? Okay, if somebody's in debt to me, sure. Unfortunately, there's nobody in the world that is in debt to me. Only the other way around. Okay, yeah, that's good. Let me cheat the lavender N to be fully known, and we'll see if that shows up in the list, which it shouldn't. Oh, I didn't cheat the ingredients. I'm gonna go to Costco and buy a hot tub? Oh shit. Living the dream, huh? Okay, so lavender normal doesn't appear. That's good. And if I make just one thing unknown, it should appear. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, I need to add a little bit more functionality to this where the player can choose to grab only effect knowledge, only flavor knowledge, or check for both. Where should I put this? Make a new folder for it. Enum E. Knowledge check type. Maybe we could rename that. Game looks good though, thank you. Who wants a hot tub? I would love a hot tub. I would fucking love that. Go be lazy. Flavor. Effects. Both. Love it until it comes to maintenance, that's true. I don't even want to think about what it would take to maintain one of those. Check type. Let me think here. What state machine we're building? I am foregoing having to write a new function by making a massive list of a state machine, yes. It's to get all unidentified ingredients, but in some cases I don't want to check effect knowledge or flavor knowledge, or I want to check both. So again, as opposed to making a more proper function for this, I'm just going to do this and then collapse the nodes and then never have to look at it again. The usual. Do we want to return true or false? I think, false. Using British English? I am using British English as an American. Can you believe that? It's gonna look so stupid. American living in Poland talking British English, and I'm here for. You know, there's some times where I prefer American English, but generally for spelling, I prefer British English. In most cases. I really, yeah, I have a hard time believing that you're. Yeah, but he did say, but he was trying to get 500 FPS in CS2, which at that point most CPUs will be. Spell color? Well, you missed a U. I do spell color and flavor with a U. I know it's heresy, right? Your mom missed a U. Damn it. True. The RAM speed? CS2 really doesn't run well on older Intels. Why don't I believe that though? CS2 CPU. What are they doing with CS2 that the game runs so much more poorly on Intel CPUs? Oh, it doesn't. It's negligible. It's crazy that you're trying to get that much FPS though. It really is. With the new AMD G cards, I haven't seen anything about them. Maybe some people in chat can give their opinions. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Greedy Cache is doing wonders. I haven't had any problems with CPU performance in my Intel GPU or my Intel CPUs, not GPUs. Okay, this needs to be hooked up to the effects. Effects. This is the start of flavor. Flavor. This is so stupid. It is actually a pretty performant check that it's doing. It's just a nightmare from the blueprint standpoint. But it is stupid. We hide one effect on ingredient lavender N. And we check for flavor. It shouldn't appear if I cheat in the ingredients first. Okay. If we check for effects, it should show up. I'm running the new Core 9 Ultra 285K. Running like a dream. It does show up. Good. Beautiful. And if we check for both, which is not likely in this case, but we can do it. It should work the same as before, in which case it should show up. Beautiful. Working. Okay. Awesome. Well, for now we just check flavor. That's the entire point. Well, then we'll want to set up the same function, but for potions. Potions are a little bit different. But we will do that after I go to the bathroom. So give me 1 sec. Try to be stealthy, but door gives away. Like my scalpers. I've said it before. I would be very supportive of limit 1 per customer with mandatory ID check for buying new electronics like that, especially GPUs. Mandatory government, you know, verified ID checks. Because fuck the scalpers, to be honest. All unidentified potions. Potions are... Potion knowledge is sort of a little bit different. I think that for potion knowledge, we only hide right now the flavor. Right? Let me double check. As ingredient effect structures. Yeah, we didn't change that at all. Potion ingredients. Well, we do, no, because we do store ingredient knowledge. But effects are always shown on potions. Currently, so... Change this from knowledge check type to ingredient knowledge check type. The potion knowledge check type. Flannelbeard, thank you for the raid, man.
It's Flannelbeard raided my stream with 2 viewers.
How you guys doing? How was your weekend? Hey, Stranger42. Hi. Happy Monday. Potion knowledge check. Ingredients. Flavor in both. I'm trying to think here. There might be a... If we check potions for knowledge, I feel like we need to then run the update for knowledge. Hold on. There's a function I made last week that should do what I want this to do. You're thinking of visiting Poland this summer, oh yeah? Do you know a month when that would be? It'd be pretty cool to meet up if we can. You had a good weekend? Very nice. Me too. I got married over the weekend, so that was pretty good. Not sure which month is there a good month to visit. Where do you live right now, Flannelbeard? Out of curiosity. Canada. Okay, so most likely you're near like the border, right? You know, close-ish to the border. So Poland is very moderate. You will have far less. Well, you'll probably have hotter summers than you're used to here in Poland, but you will have much warmer winters than you're used to in Canada. So, you know, that's a good thing at least. So, I mean, I honestly could kind of come anytime during the summer. It should be pretty decent. Not too, like, crazy hot or anything. But probably a little bit more hot than you're used to. I'm thinking if there are, like, any festivals that would be cool to visit. There are some, like, medieval festivals if you're into it. I don't know when those would be, though. If you're a game dev... Definitely May would be great, because then you could go to GDC, or Digital Dragons. Not necessary, though. Who wants to come for a vacation and go to a game dev conference, right? Let's wait until fall around spring. Head over sometime in the summer, maybe like July. I don't know, I mean, pretty much any time. I don't like the winters here because they're kind of bland and boring. You know, it's not cold enough to get good snowfalls, but it's not warm enough to be decent, so it's just kind of like gray, wet, sludge. No beautiful snowfalls like you get in the northern states or in Canada. Okay, potions. Let's go for each loop. We'll do the check type. Moderate's nice, but that sometimes means you miss out on seasons. You do get a winter here. It's not great, though. It's not like Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin winters are a bit closer to Canadian winters, but it's hard to compete with a Canadian winter. Okay, ingredients, flavor. Check type. We'll have to do like 2 separate checks here. We will have to for each through this as long as ingredients is filled, which it should be. We can actually break here. Ingredients are funny, you get snowmobile when you're born. If it even counts, the only time I've been to Canada was over the border at Niagara Falls, which I don't think counts. B doesn't... Wait, B... Flavor is known. Default should be true. Or not flavor, it's B... Ingredients are known. We assume they are. Until we check it. German winter means it snows to days a year that have 3 weeks in between and none of them is close to Christmas. Oh, two days a year that have 3 weeks in between and none of them is close to Christmas. I don't like Christmases where there isn't snow. I don't know if it's just I think it's just how I grew up in Wisconsin. It doesn't feel like a proper Christmas if there's no snow. Canada's immigration was interesting. They have too many, but at least they're highly educated. What baffles me is that countries don't make it easier to immigrate. The EU and the U... I don't know about for Canada, like if you wanted to move from... Well, let's just say like Europe to Canada and obtain a work permit, residency, and actually start to work there. I don't know how it compares to the US or to the EU. But I know that in the US and the EU, it is needlessly difficult. You could legitimately want to work, pay taxes, be an upstanding citizen, and you will have the hardest time getting any of that. It's hard to get across the border into Canada. What am I doing? Check type. We only really want to do the check type if you have a DUI or any background. I think we can do that and then just check here like this. A little bit of spaghetti. I'm using my brain power for 2 seconds. Ingredients are known. The moment we find any that is false, we can set this to false and then break. I mean, if ingredients are known as false, we can just add this directly to the array of potions that are valid. In which case, I think we don't even need to grab individuals. We can just grab the indices. Probably what we do up here, right? No, but we grab index anyway. We'll have to modify that a little bit. Potion, integer, both arrays, potions and valid indices. How's the refactor going? Do you see the light at the end of the tunnel? Like with the refactor or like everything? I don't think we have too many people immigrating into Canada. I don't know what Canada's immigration stats look like. I guess too many is also if, you know, it would be dependent on how many the country can sustain bringing in at one time, right? I think for the US, we were sustaining it pretty well, like bringing 1 million immigrants in every year, legal. That's important too. I don't know how many Canada was bringing in legally. In Arizona, we had snowbirds. The hell's a snowbird? Okay, ingredients are known false. We assume that. Well, we do need to do a check. Again down here. I would even argue first. Or not really. If ingredients are known false, and the check type is only for ingredients or both, then we can add the current potion and the index. I don't know what's too many on pro-immigration, but look at the number compared to the past. Well, I think, you know, there's a very big difference between being pro-immigration and being like open borders. That is a lot. That is definitely a lot. Is this legal immigrants, or is this just like a... What is this checking? I assume that it's legal. That is a lot, yeah. Canadians who buy travel to the US for 6 months to escape the winter. Wish I could afford doing that. Oh, they have homes in the US. Oh, I see. Man, it would be nice if I had enough money to own one house. I think I have a legal immigration problem. Yeah, I can't imagine that Canada has too much of an illegal immigration problem. If this is even accurate. No, it's like 15K a month. Or what? 100 to 200,000. It has increased. It definitely has increased to, kind of hard to see. It's nearly doubled between 2022 and 2024, likely because the US illegal immigration has more than doubled since then. Funny because we're right by the border. It's true. Well, this number should decrease, I would imagine, considering the number of illegal immigration encounters at the southern border of the US has decreased by like 90% or something. Canadians are facing a housing problem, and I think that gets incorrectly attributed to an increase in immigration. Could be. I'm no advocate for illegal immigration, but I'll tell you what. Why the hell has the US not made it easier to legally immigrate? Horrendously difficult. I think taxes? How do you figure that? Yeah, flavor is under question that we don't care at all. Let's promote the current potion. I would almost imagine that having immigration be easier legally would make it easier to get more taxes from the immigrants. Getting taxed for standing in one place in Los Angeles? Well, California taxes are very different than most other states. Horrendously taxed. 30%, that's crazy. Here in Poland, they obfuscate it quite well. So the employer has to pay a lot of taxes for you as an employee. And so for a lot of people, the actual taxes that are getting paid from their salaries is kind of hidden from them. It's called brutto and netto, like before and after taxes. So people on work contracts get paid netto after tax, and the employer pays their taxes. But in actuality, Polish people get taxed like 50 or 60%. Pretty crazy. They just don't see it. You know, more money when I was a waiter than as an electrician. I think Trump, did he already sign the executive order banning, well, not banning, I guess like stopping taxes on tips? Or is he still planning to do that? I think that's a big W, by the way. I think that's huge. Germany got rich as an electrician. I think most places you'll get rich as an electrician. Ocean flavor. I think we have to do the same thing for flavor too that we do for ingredients. Is flavor known? No one wants to work in the service industry at the moment in the United States. Thanks, OnlyFans. You know, I'm going to be honest. I think that a really good waiter or waitress is very memorable and can make a shit ton of money. Does that W don't encourage to shift more and more jobs towards tips? You think so? You think it will? I don't think you're wrong. You're right, it could. It could. I mean, the minimum wage should be increased anyway. But I am a pro fan of minimum wage should probably be dictated by the states. I don't know if there should be a federally mandated minimum wage. I think that could be dangerous. I think it's good to pay it forward. We'll see what happens. I don't think you're wrong, Kent. I think there's a possibility that could be the case. Not here. Not here. That should be up here too. I'm supposed to agree on the internet? Well, I don't know if the guy who thought I was a Trump supporter is still here, but like I said, I have views on both sides of the aisles. I've been called a fascist and a Nazi before, and I've been called a communist before. Oh, Mr. Fascist Raptor. I don't know, people throw that word around all the time these days. What do words even mean anymore? They come 150 to 200 in cash each night. Damn. Paychecks as an electrician go from 3K to 1,700 after taxes. Well, hey. Congrats. You sound like a pretty damn good waiter/waitress. Here's the thing though, I'm not a big fan of tipping culture. I think it's gotten a bit too out of hand. And I don't know if that's a result of I don't think tipping is to blame for tipping culture. I think that there are other economic factors that are to blame for tipping culture. It used to be better. It used to be better back when you could that 7.25 or whatever the hell it was. Well, I mean, they weren't even paying waitresses and waiters 7.25 an hour, but back when it was a decent living wage. Canadian here, not a big Trump Republican fan right now. Like I've said before, I think both sides just push each other to the extremes, and it's not getting any better. Hard to be moderate when the other side is antagonizing the sovereignty of friendly democratic states and siding up with Putin. You side with one dictator, you side with another. I think back when I was like a kid, I supported more democratic stuff, but that's also because I didn't really know that much about policies. And I mean, this was back when you had Obama and McCain or Obama and Romney debating, and it was two reasonable, well-spoken dudes debating about things. God, I miss those days. Now it's just one party goes here, pushes the other party up here, pushes the party up here, and it keeps going and going and going. Tipping culture exists because they don't want to pay those people decent wages. I think there's some of that, but I also think that some companies cannot afford to pay higher wages. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon of every business owner is raking in millions while their workers are barely surviving paycheck to paycheck. I think that in a lot of cases that isn't true. Is flavor known set to be false? Heard of conglomerates? Yes. But not all businesses are conglomerates. When I say that company owners raking in millions while employees are suffer, I don't mean the chain restaurants or conglomerates. I just mean like there are some, ma and pa restaurants or whatever that if they had the money, they would love to pay more, but in some cases they might not be even taking home as much as the employees, especially like new startups. I think, to solve one, you need to solve the other. I think that there's too many conglomerates. There aren't strong enough anti-monopoly laws, both for tech and for like other industries. I'm a big capitalist. I really am. But fair capitalism, not the bullshit that's been going on. Employees shouldn't have to be their own advocates. No, they shouldn't. Definitely shouldn't. I think wherever there's power and money to be gained, corruption will inevitably leak in. %20 isn't making dinner. Well, yeah, it's just fucked. And I can't blame waiters and waitresses for being upset that people don't tip. But I also can't blame people for being upset that they are kind of forced to tip. Like it's not the customer's fault. It's not the employee's fault. And in many cases it isn't the employer's fault. It's like, yeah. It's fucked. Yeah, it's like everybody can be upset. And they all have a right to be, because they are all getting fucked in many cases. Even if you're just like a normal franchise owner, right? If you're just, I own the Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't know if Buffalo Wild Wings does franchise. I know McDonald's does franchises, right? McDonald's franchise owners don't get to set the wages that their employees make. So, yeah. It's annoying, and nobody's fixing it because, of course, that relies on government. And who here, raise of hand, can rely on their government to make good choices for them? I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you're living in like Finland or something. Not here in LA, yeah. I don't know. I'm growing very cynical very quickly. Like I said, when I was young, I used to be Democrat. Then when I got into high school, I started to lean more right. And then when I started to lean more center, but now I'm like center, but also just I hate all politicians. I don't know what that makes me. Millennial. Wasn't that kind of? I don't know if I'm not an anarchist. I'm just more like dissenter. Anti-establishment. Yeah, I guess anti-establishment. I don't know if there's a political party for that though. You're not gonna see me on the streets with a Molotov cocktail or anything. I'll tell you that. Never would. Or like destroying businesses or something. It's just retarded. Conservative Party kind of go lost. Well, it's because the Conservative Party split, like the Democratic Party, into the Democrats became liberals and the woke, and the Conservatives became conservatives and MAGA. And now conservatives and liberals actually agree on a lot of things and do want to come together, but they're getting pulled in both directions because of the extremists. And nobody wants to listen to them because they are like, hey, can we just have a talk about nuance? No nuance. Extreme only. And so they might have some strong opinions, but you'll generally find them talking pretty sanely to each other. And I think that's honestly in a lot of cases the people that you have on like I think Joe Rogan is probably right there near the center in a lot of cases, and that's why people like to listen to him, is because he isn't trying to censor other people. He brings people on who have different opinions, but he's so moderate that in a lot of cases he can just, okay, yeah, agree to disagree. It's interesting how they're different factions, but they gotta work inside the two parties anyway. Fuck the two-party system, but at the same time, I think that it's just tribalism at work. I don't think any country will be able to fully escape tribalism or eventually becoming a two-party system. Really hard because you're working with humans. Ingredients known, flavor. We only are checking flavor in this case. Is flavor known? True. Then we don't want to add that. Both, we need to do that and then run this. And this would be on false. Well, no, we wouldn't want to connect that up there. The German government is designed to make it essentially impossible for one party to make government. What would we do if we on chat could design our own government system? What would be our foundation to start with? As an American, I have to say that I'm pretty pro whatever the not whatever, but what the founding fathers kind of set out with. Meteors, blackjack, and hookers. Okay, you guys are going right towards the constitutional amendments, right? Congrats on getting the wife expansion. Thank you. It's a pretty expensive DLC. Couldn't I just kind of make this easier? A lot of hours of content in the DLC, so it should be well worth it, yeah. True. Goes the way. I think some of it depends on country size, right? Because, I would argue for, federalism, but I'm from the US where you have such large space between states that federalism is the right way to go. But if you have a smaller country, you don't always need the more explicit federalism. A big cult for religion. No, if I could make my own country, freedom of religion 100% and separation of church and state. Not even a question. Corporate lobbying. I would make it illegal, punishable by massive fines and prison time, to have any investment as a politician. And you would be required by law to be completely transparent as a politician about your income. An idea is some EU country that allows you only to spend 4 million for election. Ooh, yeah, okay. Election limits for spending. I can get by that. And what about maybe like no company investments and a limit of per person investment for elections? Kotspur, I think that there might have been something like that initially in the US too for election spending. I could be wrong though. But this would be like way back when we still had Quakers in the elections in the US. Where do we put the church though? What do you mean? Has to be the biggest building in town. It has to be like the Mormon churches that are just a combination of weird architectures. Person can give up to 20K. I think there's also a limit in the US for per person spending on election campaigns, but I don't think there's a limit for companies. I don't remember. But I think in USA, somebody can just make independent advertisements and election stuff. Memmood, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good Monday. That's what Elon did. I mean, you could argue that that is freedom of speech, which, I'm a big supporter of freedom of speech. Only we can't have it, yeah, because it would be electioneering. I could also see an argument for that being electioneering. Is cheating? I could see that argument, yeah. I don't know if this works. I was honestly really engaged with talking with you guys in chat, and I just kind of threw some stuff together. We're going to see if it works. I have no clue. Potions. They're all unidentified. Potions. Nice blueprint? Well, we'll see. If it works, it's a nice blueprint. If it isn't, not a nice blueprint. Won't be a bad way to pay for elections. I find that the thing that I find about weird in Poland is the election ban, the speaking ban on elections. That was always kind of weird. Chat prediction works on first try. Probably not. Speaking ban is a good idea. You think so? Even for individuals? Gerrymandering or filibusters? Filibusters are weird. Filibusters are kind of fucked up. Not the airport. Poland is not. I like Poland. Poland is good. Poland's a good country. No ban for speaking in individuals. I thought there was. I thought it's just that nobody cares about individuals, so it doesn't get penalized, right? But the law technically... It doesn't? I could have sworn. Does the election silence ban in Poland apply to individuals? Anti-agitation. It says yes, the election silence ban in Poland applies to individuals as well as organizations, political parties, and media outlets. You can talk with friends, but you can't tweet or make ad. Publicly advocating for or against candidate or party, distributing or displaying campaign materials, posting or sharing content online. I mean, it says through speeches, public meetings, or conversations in public spaces. It's a bit vague. Yeah, I mean, you're right, but I'm also kind of right. In the US, this would be considered a violation of freedom of speech. I get why it's done, and I think it's especially important for politicians. I don't think it should be banned on it. And I don't think you're not going to see individuals get criminalized unless it's like something really big or important, right? I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea for politicians, but not for individuals. I'm a very staunch free speech supporter, and that would be violating free speech for me. X.com. Hey, Grok is good. I like Grok. And I mean, what are the alternatives? Romania has babes. That it does. I'll move this below. Although I think that it's a fun philosophical discussion about where does freedom of speech end and where should speech begin to be penalized. And there's a lot of countries right now that are riding that line pretty closely. Germany, UK, Canada. All AI models score left libertarian on the political compass. You know, I don't think I mind too much about an AI having political opinions that are on a certain part of the compass, as long as I can see what it's saying. And I like with Grok that I can see its thought process through things. That does help with its like transparency. You think freedom of speech should be about what the society wants? So do you mean like it should be ever changing based on what the society sees? Catcalling women should be protected by freedom of speech. I don't know if catcalling is, at least in the US, but whether or not it should be. It could be considered harassment, which it wouldn't be. Talking explicit sexual stuff to children. How do you define explicit though? Because it's like sexual education could be considered explicit. I know that's nitpicking, but that does matter. So not that. Talking about sexually explicit stuff with children is considered a crime, at least in the US, and I think it should be. Would it be? It's not sexual assault though, bro. What would it be considered? Hey, Johnny. Congrats on your marriage. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. It's been a long time coming. We've been engaged for like 6 or 7 years or something. We wanted to get married sooner, but we didn't. And then COVID hit. It's like, who the fuck wants to get married during COVID? Please take off your masks to kiss the bride. You have kids? No, we don't. I think I'm more scared of kids. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the space or the money for kids. Or time. You know, it's like, could I get by raising a kid without very much money? Sure. But if I don't have time to spend with my kid, then what's the point of having a child? Don't TikTok me, bro. Plus, by the way, if I have a child, they are part of Generation Beta. I just want you guys to know that we are now entering Generation Beta for new kids. But I don't think there's any way that I can get around it. It's too late. I could have had a Zoomer. Now I will have, or I could have had an Alpha, I mean, but I could have had a, now I will have a Beta. Insult to injury. Is this your definition of boundaries of freedom of speech? Is this my definition? Good question. It's a philosophical question, isn't it? I can create a country that have more freedom of speech than USA that will allow 100% freedom of speech, that even sexual assault on children would be protected. I mean, this is true. I mean, in technicality, this is true. Mr. Conan, thank you for the follow as well. Put them in sports. I mean, you could make the argument too that freedom of speech was largely to protect freedom of speech about government, and that individuals and private places especially are not considered relevant in that discussion. In EU, we have a lot of Russian influence. We want to have more boundaries, like media line is objectively bad, so we should penalize it. Yeah, I think that there's a difficulty though, right? That's why shield laws exist in the US. So can a news media lie? Not really, but they do have a lot of protections. I think there's 3 shield laws, right? There's, oh god, I have to remember back to journalism class. I'll just look it up. I'll look up the US shield laws. Yeah, there's the to conceal source's identity. There's also one that protects the reporter when citing another source. I think that's for like libel, specifically like slander. Libel and slander. It's libel in this case. Maybe somebody knows better than I do. It's been ages since I took my journalism class. Because otherwise there'd be a lot of, I think, danger in being a reporter, and in some cases that it isn't even on their fault for doing something wrong. Germany, we go to prison for memes against politicians. Well, in the UK, you'll have police visit your door for a meme. I think some people have even gone to jail for it too. Straight to jail. It's dumb. Yeah, memes. Memes shouldn't be penalized. If I call somebody killer without any evidence, I would not get any issues with it until it could cause them harm. Well, you could face civil suit. I think both here in Poland and in the U.S. because that is it's not a crime. But you have slandered that individual, in which case, if that isn't true and you weren't being sarcastic or jokey about it, then there could be damages, if they can prove damages. Because, like, you can say, I think it's my opinion that insert person here is is, I don't know, killing kittens or something. That would be protected versus saying insert person here is killing kittens. You know, one of those is you stating your opinion, which you are allowed to have, and another one is actually just you know, spreading falsities that could have an impact on that person's public image. There's a meme that putting German politicians in quotes said he didn't harm, and it harmed her political career. I mean, it could. Yeah. Watch some CS demos. Have a good one. Yeah, take care, Mitsusa. Good luck. Alright, let me see if this works. And check type needs to be... How can we test this, actually? How can we test this? I need a potion that is made with a few things here. These. Oops. Okay, we'll make both of these known, which means that this potion should be known. And if we're checking for ingredients... Hold on. Okay, perfect. Say what you want to give its Americans, but they are the only ones with true freedom of speech. There's a lot of strong protections. And it has its downsides. I'll say that. It has its downsides, but I think that true freedom of speech does... You know, you inherently will have those cons. Okay, if we pick up this and this... What potions are shown? This potion shouldn't show. I don't know why it is. We don't know the earthiness, but that's not important. This is what I watched about it. It's about that German politician meme. Why does it show up? Let's see. Oh, I know why. Yeah, but no, hold on. I know why that's failing. And that was something I was going to do after I tested it, but I probably should do it before I test it. Because when I made this potion, it's set to not be known. And we only update that when the player opens up and shows the info panel for it. Which is fine, that works. I didn't open up the info panel to look at the potion. Here, now it would be updated. And so if I go to the flavor analyzer, okay, it still shows. That should be updating it. Okay, debug it. Why is it doing it? It's about media in USA versus EU. Who made it? 'Cause I'll tell you what, US media sucks ass. And it has for quite a while. Almost about how much people are trusting. Well, people are trusting media. They shouldn't be trusting media. No life term limits on legislative and judicial branches. That's fair. I feel like I can do at least be able to say whatever I want. It is nice, yeah. I think sometimes we take freedom of speech for granted. I think Americans especially do. Age limit on holding office while we're at it. Agree. Also an age limit for government positions. No recent presidencies are at all affecting that decision. Wink, wink. So I'm gonna post a meme. Oh yeah, point me to sources. Don't want to sound. Yeah, Cutsper and I just like sources whenever we ask for that. How did you make the inventory? That is a good question. What do you mean? Like which things? Because I made it from scratch, based on my own data. Breakpoint. Is it a GUI? Well, it is. I mean, it is a graphics user interface. It's made with UObjects, structs. It's made with structs. I store everything with structure. Both my well, my whole inventory is based off structure, which is array of ingredients, potions, other books, seeds, and then gold is just stored as an integer. All right, let's step into this. Ever tried UObjects instead of structs? What would be the use case for this? For using UObjects? Your inspiration for formulas? I don't know how to answer that question. What do you mean, my inspiration for formulas? Oh, for potions? Like how to combine potions or ingredients to make potions? Sure. I was primarily influenced by Skyrim. Like, I really like the Elder Scrolls style of making potions and alchemy. But I always felt that it was lacking depth. It works pretty well for Elder Scrolls, but I always wanted to make it deeper. So you do still have to have those, you know, 2 ingredients with that common effect on them to make a potion with that effect on it. Why is that set to not known? I thought when the player opens up the... When the player has the potion panel, we do the knowledge check for potions. Unlock, check potion for knowledge. This should be working. And then we store that potion correctly. Yeah, set up panel right here. I'm just going to act as structures, like you can put all your data in them and add code on top of that. You can then easily drag and drop them, for example. I mean, but I can do that with structures too, right? And they're a bit safer because I know exactly what's going to be in them. I would need a use case for UObject setup that I couldn't do with structures, and that wouldn't be safer than structures. Yeah, we have them not known. And now they're known. Huh. So that is working. Just got married? Hey, Nixie. Yeah, I did. Put chapstick in, throwing plasma grenade. These are wild ideas. We wouldn't transport that knowledge back. Which is likely why. This is most likely what it is that we don't send this information back to its source. I can fix that pretty easily. Check potion for knowledge. We probably would want to do that on the force validate tooltip as well. I could have sworn we did this last Thursday though. In the case that the player obtains knowledge while looking at that, we do send back the force validation. Or maybe we planned to, but we never did it. That might be the case. Either way, this should update the potion. Congrats. Well, thank you, Nixie. Yeah, that's... You know, the thing for us is that it didn't really change anything too much. We were kind of already living together like we were married. And we had known for a long time that we wanted to do it. It was just, okay, you know, when are we doing it? Where are we doing it? Who's going to be there? Whatever. Let's get it over with. It was nice, though. It was nice. Make pictures on the wall. Eyes follow the character. I like that. That should be updating the structure for each potion. In which case, it still isn't hidden. Real estate agent as a dragon. We don't even know if we're going to be doing, you know, crazier high fantasy races like that, or if it'll be more of a low fantasy kind of game. That's still to be determined. It's all up in the air, you know, which is a good thing and a bad thing, but I want to make my own universe here with the help of the rest of the team, of course, and with proper writers, so that we can create a universe that we can build other games in. Looks really nice, thank you. Let me play this in viewport. I should be able to look at the structure of this potion and see that data. didn't set it. Oh, because I put it... Never mind. Did it incorrectly. Hold on. Fixed. Excited for the game? I am too. I really am. I have some problems with the game. I think that it isn't as fun as it could be. And we don't have a lot of the depth that I would like to have. You know, that's just my honest opinions about my own work here. And we need to kind of sort that out. I do think that this will have a big impact on the progression of the game and the player's actions within the game. But we have to do it correctly. So, one thing at a time. Broken Wall, I think will be exciting. I think that's having some of the secrets, having some of the puzzles added a lot. Adding fishing and farming helped with variety. I think the depth is really what we're needing here. Depth is primarily what we're missing. And potion combat will help solve some of that. But we do plan for a larger map. And I want to make this before Digital Dragons, before we do pitching. That will have a lot of those smaller interactions that we can't prototype and put into the... We can prototype, but we can't put them into the larger level. Because it would require us to kind of expand upon that idea enough to fit it within the prototype level. Whereas I'd rather just have like a separate map where we can show, hey, if we get money, here's a cool idea we had. Here it is prototyped. And we would then expand this onto the rest of the map. Throw in a dating app. So yeah, that's down here. We just need to design this. And progression is in design phase 2, so. One thing at a time. And I'm doing the alchemy rework right now. Yeah, I think it's really going to come together pretty quickly here in the last few months of working on the game. And then we can pitch it and hopefully get our money, build our team, and see what happens. Yeah, one thing at a time. Definitely concur with that. Okay, this should be fixed. How long are you working on this project already? 200 days of development. This is the 200th day of development, actually. Perfect. It's a while. It is a while. It's a lot longer than I would expect most prototypes for games to take. We are doing a bit more than a prototype, though. We're, also making it visually appealing. Because we do not have a artist. So this is a good way for us to make the stream more interesting, discover some unknowns with the art side of the project and the technical side of the art, and also to show publishers what the intended art style should be. So it's more appealing than a traditional prototype where you would just white box everything, but that does mean that it takes more time. On top of that too, you also have the fact that this is a sandbox. It's a systems-driven game. It's very mechanical. It isn't, like an arcade game or something. So we do have to build a lot of systems from scratch in order to determine if the intended gameplay is fun. So games like this will just naturally take longer to prototype than your average arcade game or, your 2D platformer or something like that. You like the art? Yeah, I think that the art works. I wanted to make an Unreal game that wasn't just realistic art style. And I still want to do that, but, the publisher might say, no, our market research shows that realistic art styles will sell 3 times as much or something, and they might have the choice on that. Half-low poly, it's like medium poly. I mean, here's the thing, this is a mix of random asset packs that we won't be using any of these assets in the final game, but it is medium poly. Except for the tree. The tree is very high poly because I didn't have a dead tree from any of my stylized packs. So it's a nanite tree. Nanite is good. We like nanite. Oh. How do you keep yourself motivated, especially without income? I'm kind of the same boat right now, working on a project for almost a year. I try to avoid burnout, however I can. And that sometimes just means playing a game. So, we do have a calendar, exclamation point schedule if you'd like to see it yourself. And sometimes we just take breaks and we play games so that I can, spend a couple weeks working on some big stuff and then just relax. And then build that back up. We have a lot of development, though, between March and April scheduled. Move to California, you instantly get burnout. Here's the thing, too. Streaming game development has been very motivating because I have a social responsibility to continue to stream because I stream to make my game, and if I am not streaming, then that means that I'm not making my game. And it also keeps me just focused, so I don't get distracted as much. Okay, ingredients works. I need to check effects. Well, effects we know. No, flavor. I need to check. Flavor would be. Yeah, I hide flavor for one of the ingredients, so let me grab this. We know the effects. We don't know the flavor of this, so we don't know the full flavor of the potion, in which case this blue potion should appear on the list. It doesn't. 200's a good number. Yeah, the last, we made a trailer for 84 days. And I haven't made a trailer since because, it takes time. It's a waste of my time to make a trailer right now. I'm going to be pretty excited, though, to make the new trailer for when we start pitching the game again. Where was it? Here it was. Shut up, kid. So this was 84 days into development, and it's all gameplay. No joke, you're building a YouTube channel, it's a pain in the butt. Yes, I mean, here's what I tell everybody, and if anybody's new to the channel, I'll reiterate this. My priority is to make my game, not build my YouTube, not build my Twitch. Numbers do not matter. Making my game matters. If we make the game, people will come from that. So, my YouTube channel right now is a dumping grounds, and it will remain that way until we have somebody who can actually edit this, and we have a need to make edited videos. Dumb smart, yeah. It'll happen. So it's just like, make the game now. That's the only focus. We had a lot of the world built after 84 days of development, but we didn't have a lot of the variety in the game. We still had the old walk on water system. We had very bare bones NPCs. And the initial dialogue system, which didn't have any depth to it. No potion combat, no effect flavor discovery. It looked good, but that's pretty much all that it was. And it's going to be so much better this time around to showcase all of the features we've added in systems. 100%, I see people pivoting from game dev to content creation. I'm like, huh? There's a lot of game devs here, and I'm not going to shit on anybody, by the way, streaming on Twitch, but I think that sometimes if you're streaming, you can get caught up in trying to be a popular streamer, and therefore your game and amount of time you spend on development suffers from that. And you know, if fine, you know, fair. If you have the time to do it, that's fine. If you're just doing it in your free time, that works. But I am doing this as my job. I don't have an income, and making this game will earn me my income. So, you know, my only focus, number one focus, make the game. Numbers will come after that. But I am very thankful that we have gotten the numbers that we have, and we're considered in the top 1% of Twitch, which is wild. Just shows how competitive the atmosphere is on Twitch, that even being in the top 1% is not anywhere near enough to earn a living salary. So, whew. Let that be a lesson for anybody who has like kids who are like, yeah, I want to be a content creator. Just tell them that even being in the top 1% will only earn you about $100 a month. How important are the looks for trying to find a publisher? Should I focus on as many mechanics as I can before trying to look or for better first looks first? Any clue? Sorry, I totally butchered reading that. But I understand what you're meaning. What kind of game are you making? Because it can depend. If you're making like an artsy, art forward game, like an adventure game or something. There was that cool one with like a claymation or something, like that horror game. I don't remember the name of it, but maybe if you guys have been watching like State of Play or the Xbox Showcase, you would know what I'm talking about. Those games like that are art heavy and should be showcasing the art first. But they're also games that are systematically very simple, mechanically simple. So you don't really need to build anything other than like walking and interaction in those types of games. Top-down RPG Diablo-like. Just get concept art. If you can spend like a couple $1,000s like getting good concept art for a game like that, then that's all you need. Because they will want to say, okay, well, you can be making a ARPG, right? But what is it going to look like? Is it going to be more like dark fantasy, like Diablo? Is it going to be more like stylized, like Torchlight? Are you, putting it into its own universe? Something like Titan Quest or what am I thinking? Adventures of Van Helsing. It is solo, more focused on the story, very dark. So yeah, I would just think, if you can get a couple $1,000, I know it's expensive, but you'll get really good concept art if that's the case, then that should be more than enough. But you're making a game that is an ARPG, so what's really going to matter to you is quality of animations, how the combat feels. The first thing you should be prototyping is combat. Not building any levels, just focus on the combat, because that's really what's going to determine if people like the general gameplay. And then second thing would be progression. Combat and progression are like the core backbones of ARPGs. Atmosphere is important to your game, then you kind of have to nail the aesthetic. Yes, 100%. Kent is spitting facts. Pretty common for him. Ingredients are known. We assume true, and we go to flavor. Oh, because when complete... Yep, this is the issue here. Like 60% L. I think the average person, honestly, does have 60% L takes. Beautiful, that shows up. Okay, now if I make this known, everything about this potion that we look at here should be known to the player. In which case it should be hidden from the list. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And if we change this to both, it should also be hidden. Okay, why didn't that work? Why did that show? We check both, so we do run the ingredient checker. True. Is it because... Well, yeah, it shouldn't be built into the list then. Oh, because both should route up to here. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's correct. Thank you, Blackhand, for the follow, and if at any point you ever need me to take a look at your ARPG, what's one of my favorite genres? I love ARPGs. Out of a curiosity, do you like tower defense games? What's the A stand for? What A? Wrong? What do you mean? Hey, shit. That second potion shouldn't appear. Oh, an ARPG? Action. I haven't played many, but the ones I played I really liked. You might like a game if you're just, I don't know, trying to do research or because you like ARPGs. You probably played it. I would imagine that you have. Called the... Oh, quarter of a much. Thank you for the 100 bits, Frades, and for the gunshot jump scare. There's some money for your wife. She might need it due to her legal family being partially double taxed now. Nice. Like the game Kingdom 2 Crowns. That is a good game. It's called Death Trap. Super underrated game, which is a mix of like Diablo type ARPG with tower defense. So you have a character that you control and you level up and you get gear for, just like an ARPG. And you run around the maps actually, you know, fighting while also building towers to defend. You know, kind of like Dungeon Defenders too, in that sense. Really underrated game. Kind of like Orcs Must Die, but Orcs Must Die, you just control the character. You don't really have a whole lot of progression. With Death Trap, you have that entire character. They don't really have a screenshot of that, do they? And none of these are loading. I don't know why. I'll pull it up on here. It's pretty fun. It's from the same people that made the Adventures of Van Helsing ARPG. So it feels a lot, you know, it's pretty old school, so it feels a lot like playing Diablo 2. But then having the tower defense on top of that. Yeah, and you have the, you know, you have your gear that you select, different stats to raise up, resistances, your combat and trap skills, so you can build a character that is just like meant for combat and play with a friend who has more trap skills. Hey, Vinny Irwin. Hi. Any relation to Steve Irwin? Adventures of Van Helsing was good. I really liked it. I did too. What's it called? It's called Death Trap, and you can usually get it for really, really cheap during sales. Death Trap. Price history? 10s. Well, you can get it for like $2.50 during sales, so definitely recommend picking it up if you like RPGs and or tower defense games. Yeah. 4-player co-op as well. It's got some really cool ideas behind it that I've always wanted to borrow. You know, unidentified, check both. Yeah, this shouldn't add it to the list. The other one is getting added to the list, and I don't know why. I do know why. It's here. If ingredients are known, we would then need to switch on the check type. Again. False both. Check type flavor. Flavor known. If ingredients. That's how it should be. Back in my days, it was all lines of code. It always was. That's correct. Why is mint information not here? Oh no, it is. It's just that we know everything about mint. That's right. And I forget the other one. Mint distilled, mystical thistle dried. Should also be hidden. Yeah. I think it's finally working. Alright. Flavor analyzer. Check type is flavor, because this is just a... This is just for checking flavor. Check type flavor. Only grab owned. This will already only grab owned. Beautiful. Or at least 2 in the knowledge category. Can't find Death Trap on Steam? Is it maybe not sold in some regions? It is one word. That helps. Well, it's sold in all the regions. understand it is all code, but this is far much more user-friendly and probably readable. I think it depends the room size. To me, it is more readable, but I think that to traditional programmers, blueprints are kind of unreadable. I prefer it, but all the programmers call me crazy. Now that we have the UI aspect working, I think we'll need to plop the potion or ingredient into the analyzer and have it work similar to the pedestal puzzles, where we show a different tooltip, which should be an easy aspect to this. B has item. And I think we would show, yeah, we would show a different tooltip based on the item type that's in there. We'd probably switch on item type. I could do inventory item type. Which is, you know, ingredient, potion, junk, cedar, book, but we know that you can't put those in there anyway, so. We could just do the switch here. Could also do a select on tooltip type. Why recreate the wheel? True. But that I started with blueprints made C so much easier. I think at some point I will be learning C++, and I think that my knowledge and experience with blueprints will make it a lot easier than when I first tried to learn it, having no experience really with like the logic. And knowing Unreal will make it a lot easier too. Make sure you use Rider. I've heard nothing but good things about Rider, that's for sure. Teaches you a lot better than VS. That is what I've heard. I'll just copy it. Like, fuck it. Ingredient in analyzer. Like Eclipse, NetBeans. Isn't the Rider JetBrains? I've heard that everything from JetBrains is pretty damn good. Yeah, Rider's JetBrains. We use U-Track, which I really like. Tried IntelliJ? That's the their IDE, right? Yeah, whatever this one is called. Did you like it? Java version of Rider. Oh, it's Java version. Okay. Better than Eclipse? It's all the same, just catered to different languages? Oh, okay, I see now. Release JetBrains for web dev? Like a lot better than VS Code. Most of the things I need are default features, so I don't have to hunt for extensions. Oh. Okay, everybody's saying use JetBrains stuff. Okay. Well, we're using UTrack. I love UTrack. Are you using GitHub to share the project with your team? No, I am using Plastic. We are using Plastic right now. We will probably use Diversion. The thing is, Diversion was really new at the time, and we didn't, really know it that well. But I would recommend Diversion. It looks pretty good. This one. I wouldn't use GitHub for Unreal. But Plastic has been good, but I think that we will switch to Diversion at some point. I had to talk to one of the representatives. I was supposed to do that last year, but we had to cancel the meeting, so I never got around to it. Should be able to just do this. And analyzing. Work-related skills, I think GitHub is mostly commonly used VC. It depends, not for games. Games, the default is usually Perforce. But I kind of hate Perforce a lot. And I never want to use it. The problem is JetBrains cost a lot. I think some of their programs are free. Not sure if Rider's one of them. It's like $700 a year for everything. For Rider, really? No. There's gotta be like an independent or something version. Pricing. Rider non-commercial. Rider commercial. Is this per person? Organizations. Per user per year. Jesus Christ. All products per user per year. Honestly, it's not horrible for price. For organizations, this is not a horrible price for all their shit. That's actually pretty fair. If you're just programming in C++, would .ultimate be better than just getting the all products? Out of curiosity. If you're using that many languages at a company, you should probably change that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, wait, hold on. Why do I need all this shit for like Ruby, Rust, PHP? Use the free version? But I'm saying if you're in an organization where you are commercial, would you want, and you wanted to use their products, would you need these tools? I mean, it's not that much more per year per user, to be fair. Use Notepad++. Don't spend on an IDE. It's the 150 year. Where is the 150 year one though? What's the difference between organizations and individual? Technically speaking, Microraptor Games would probably contract each employee, so we wouldn't need the organization one. So we could actually save money by getting the individual for employees if we want. Employees if we wanted. Yeah, we will probably fall under individual. I'll have to pay for 1 year and you get that year's version forever. Oh. Yeah, we'll see. I'll defer this to whoever is our lead programmer, and then they can just tell me how much we're being billed. But I think because I am a sole member LLC, and when we hire people, they will be contracted employees, contractors essentially. Then we technically don't need any of the organizational shit because everybody is working on their own. So, yeah, we don't need to spend this much money. Fuck it. Hot tubs first. How about money first? That's my preference. Interact. Okay, on interact, start analyzing. We do have the analyzer reference. When the player presses the button for analyze, there's a few ways I can do this. Just needs to be hard coded though, it doesn't need to be crazy. What's your funding goal? Like the bare minimum you would need? 3 million US dollars. We need about 700,000 to develop the vertical slice, and then we will need about 3 million minimum to develop the entire game. Which is low AA budget. It's like right at the verge between what many publishers would consider indie budget and AA budget. You say that's accurate? it's good. It is. I can confirm it is accurate. Ambitious? Yes and no. Like it is a pretty small budget for that amount of money, or for this type of game. Movie I want to do around that price? Oh shit. This movie I can make coffee for you, or can I make coffee? Yeah, it's pretty small budget for a game, really, because we'd be hiring mostly Polish people for 3 years development for 15 people full time, with also some outsourcing. So it's a pretty small budget for games. Games are expensive. Same with film, yeah, this shit's expensive. I know people kind of, some people who are gamers especially, when you say, yeah, we're looking for $4 million for budget, they'll think, oh, holy shit, that's expensive, but it's actually not. Yeah. I need to grab is selected. Oh, I need to select the class first. Especially when you take scheduling. Better. You know, somebody tried to move one department. Yeah, I can imagine that. Like I don't know the first thing about budgeting for a film, but I can imagine there's just a lot of hidden costs behind the production, and it's the same thing with games too. I mean, salaries are, I think, the biggest part of it with games. But the more complex a game, the more depth you have, the more game time that is there, it is going to cost more money. Kind of just check all three of these things. Get inventory index. Item type. Switch. Scheduling, yeah, scheduling I can imagine too. Especially if they're like working on other projects, or I mean, God forbid there's like a, you know, you want to shoot on location and there's bad weather. We changed the weather. Update ingredient inventory. ID is being removed. Get potion from index. Potion in receptacle. Update potion inventory. I could just plug in the index. Be a little bit faster. And is being removed. See, when you want to update the ingredient inventory in my game, there's a boolean for whether or not you're removing it. When you want to update the potion inventory, there's a boolean for whether or not you want to add it. Consistency. I think I made these. I think I made these functions a bit further. It would be an easy fix. I just don't fix it. But there are some stupid inconsistencies like that. Okay, let me see. Two functions spawn item in analyzer. We're gonna have to continue working on this tomorrow, of course, but we can at least get the items spawning in there properly. That should be doable. And then we'll work on tomorrow about taking it out and setting up like the tooltip properly. Work on this game on stream only. There are some times where I do a little bit off stream, but 95+% of the game is developed on stream. And of course, all of the days of development are uploaded to YouTube afterwards. And if there's anything people want to see me having worked on, I'm sure that makes sense grammatically somehow. We do have that up on the YouTube full playlist since the start. 1 year ago. They have crock pots in Poland, yes, and I do have a crock pot. One of my favorite things to cook with. Making crock pot chili. Copy that. Add child actor component. Set child actor class. This is the potion facade. The trap looks cool. Yeah, I hope you have fun with it. You know, it's not a perfect game, but it is a game that I've really enjoyed playing, and it's always fun to go back to. Pretty hard, pretty challenging, and you are expected to like play levels over and over again. But it's really fun just to have a character as if you're playing Diablo and have these optional objectives. Definitely better with friends. I will say that. Some of the harder difficulties or harder levels will require playing with other people. I like tower defense. If you ever played Dungeon Defenders, not Darkest Dungeon. Although if you've played Darkest Dungeon, I hope you enjoyed it because I worked on that game. Dungeon Defenders is also a third-person ARPG with a whole bunch of randomized loot and upgrading. It was punishing? Oh, with Darkest Dungeon, yeah. So if you're looking for other like tower defense games that have that same style of character customization and build creation, I cannot recommend Dungeon Defenders more, and it is also very cheap. Hey, Luke Wolf. Hi. How's your Monday? Punishing, but loved it. It is a hard game. But yeah, I worked on Darkest Dungeon. Congratulations on getting married. Thank you. It was very nice and very exhausting. I'm still a little bit hungover, but hopefully that'll be fully gone with tomorrow. Let's see. Oops. I'll do that. I kind of need a ingredient facade class. Only got married today. I got married on Saturday, but I did some celebrations yesterday too. Oh, you got it when it was on sale. Smart. Save your money. Did I put it in a separate folder? No. Potion facade. It isn't a child, right? No, it's a duplicate. Okay. You know what? Don't do that. Delete that. Make a new actor. BP. Ingredient. Facade. Second one was way harder. Yeah, I didn't work on the second game. I only worked on the first Darkest Dungeon. I left Red Hook before starting on the second game. What do you guys drink in Poland? Anything that is sold. It's the big drinking culture here. But a lot of vodka. An awful lot of vodka. Size is 0.1. This already looks... Oh no, it is pretty big. I'm going to Prague, that's what the Poland airport told me. Oh, I know why the grid is so big, is because I have this set to 500. Why? Like beer, you like Prague? Prague has a Czech beer is very tasty. Although I think I'm more of a fan of German beers, especially wheat beers. I think that Czech is primarily like lagers, which I also enjoy, but wheat beers are... That's my jam. Okay, we can make this pretty easily. Cube. Ingredient ID. Will that fire? It would be better to put this on its own function, to be fair, and just not store the ID. Don't do that then. Build facade. Get cube. Create dynamic material instance. I don't know what material instance I use for my ingredients here. M proto. Pills should probably get the best wheat beer. What's the dungeon game? What's that dungeon game? Oh, this one? Dungeon Defenders. Which you can also get like super cheap on a sale. It's an older game, but it really checks out, and there's hundreds of hours of gameplay to it. Yeah, this one goes down to sale at like $2, $3. I have 450 hours in this one. I really grinded this back in the day. I don't know, it's something about being able to play an ARPG and a tower defense game at the same time is really fun. Kind of struggling in California, so I appreciate it. No worries. Hey, as a game developer, I fully condone getting the game as cheap as you possibly can. Go for it. Do what you need to do. Will this automatically select... Will this automatically set the material instance? I mean, it is for the cube. Let's assume so. Send a check later. I caught some flack a while back because I didn't defend. I didn't say piracy for games was good. I just said that I didn't really find a problem with game piracy. Boy, oh boy, did that get me in trouble on Twitter. And my only argument was, if somebody doesn't have enough money to buy your game in the first place, then they're not going to be able to afford your game if you have DRM in it. We can't stop piracy. So your best bet is to just try to win pirates over by making a good game and pricing it fairly. Make a demo. And you know, all the data does suggest that in countries where people generally don't make a lot of money, they pirate games because they cannot afford them. Therefore, it is not a lost sale. In countries where people pirate and you know, they do make a decent amount of money, they pirate to try the game. So the logic follows that if you want people to buy your game, price it fairly, make a demo, and anyone else who pirates was probably not going to buy the game anyway for whatever reason. Well, the person who got mad at me too, their argument was just make more money. So if you don't make very much money and you're watching this stream, just know that there are developers out there that rather than play their game and enjoy it, even if you don't have the money to afford it, they would just tell you to make more money. Just get a better job. Completely retarded take, if you ask me. Oh, you can't afford our game? Oh, boo-hoo. You don't make enough money? Yeah, that'll get that person to buy your game when they actually receive money. That's the way to make fans. Shit on them for not having good enough jobs. I'm sure it works great. Just nice advice. It's so stupid. I don't know. They're just dumb people. Yeah, I mean that was another argument. It's like, okay, well, a lot of people will buy games once they're on sale. You know, a lot of people don't think that some games are worth 60, 70 bucks, but they'll buy it when it's 20. But do you think that they'll buy it if they know that the developers treated them like ass, like pieces of shit? No. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to like you, and they're not going to say good things about you. And in some cases, they might pirate your game out of spite. Rich Dev said it, but there was a dev recently, fairly big game, that was like, if you can't afford my game, pirate it and buy it when you can afford it, which is a pretty solid take. That's my take too. That is my take. 100% my take. It's like, and on top of that, Nixie, I will just host the game on pirating websites myself. So that when people can't afford it, they can at least get the one that is, you know, not going to give them viruses or anything. And I would bet that that will lead to more sales in the end run than if we added like de novo DRM. Bought so many games and they suck. Sometimes 2 hours is not enough to determine if you like a game or not. I don't know if you guys feel similarly, but there are just some games that are so expansive and are like slower paced I can't imagine playing RimWorld for 2 hours and figuring out if there's enough for me there, right? Because sometimes it takes 2 hours to even get into RimWorld. It might take 20 hours to actually learn how to play RimWorld. I have a picture of Paris Hilton wearing a t-shirt that said, "Stop being poor." Thanks, wife. We have OnlyFans for Paris Hilton's GoFundMe page about her lost shoe collection. What? What does that even mean? Because the fires. Oh, okay. Set a potion. Oh yeah, the standalone ingredient also needs to have, oh not this one, this one. Simulate physics. Delete these. Child actor. Has to ingredient facade. Build facade. Yeah, if you ever need any fuel to fight against the anti-pirates in game dev, just show them this survey by a PC gamer of 50,000 PC gamers that even if they want to cherry pick, how often would you say you've purchased a PC game after pirating it? 7.5% always, 47.9% more than 50% of the time, 33.3% rarely. There, you can convert pirates over to purchasers. And in most cases, reasons for piracy are that they can't afford it or that they're demoing the game. Red and purple. So make a demo, this goes away in most cases, and the red goes away by pricing your game fairly. That's it. And people who refuse to pay, you're not going to win in any case. People who are too expensive, again, that's just price your game fairly. People don't like the publisher, well, don't work with shitty publishers. DRM, don't add any DRM. Unavailable in their country, again, you're not going to get them to purchase your game anyway because they can't purchase it in their country. I'll share this. It's a pretty good study that they did, and I think that it has a lot of great data. There are people out there partying in their 50s and 60s. Well, you know, tough times sometimes, right? Grandma's on a fixed income. All this really boils down to fuck de nouveau. I will never, ever, 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 ever include de nouveau in any of my games. What is that? It's pretty serious DRM that is included in a lot of games these days that can sometimes take up system resources in the background, so your game will be performing worse than if it didn't have it. To varying extent, there's some empirical evidence to suggest this, and of course, different versions of de nouveau might affect that differently. It is bloat. It is pretty good DRM in some cases. You know, there are some games that still haven't been hacked because of de nouveau, but at the same time, there is just a very anti-Denuvo sentiment that people will pirate your game or not even buy your game simply because you included Denuvo. So adding in Denuvo is a very weak argument that may not result in increased sales. But also adding in Denuvo has proven that people will not buy your game because of it. So yeah. I don't like the Mueller report. we're talking about the Russia collusion investigation. Is that what we're branching into now? The faked report. Denuvo was included with Wukong. It still sold 20 million copies and still uncracked. I mean, you make a good game, people will buy it. That is a good counter argument, though. What's the name of the function? Spawn item and analyzer. Yeah, I mean, in the end, if you make a good game, people will buy it. And I think that goes when you have DRM and when you don't have DRM. And I think that the CD Projekt Red, some developers said that at some point too. Like, if you just make a good game, people will buy it. You can make a bad game and you can have Denuvo and people are still not going to buy it. And you can make a good game with Denuvo, people will buy it. But I think that if you make a good game, you shouldn't need Denuvo. You know, it's like From Software. Elden Ring doesn't have Denuvo. Elden Ring is very pirated. And it also sold like hotcakes. Alright, let's see if this works. Last test for the evening. Thank you for the congratulations, Cruel Crusader. What's going on here? I am testing a flavor analyzer that I'm building to see if it actually works. And right now, the only thing that it should do is spawn an item in here. Which it did. It looks very weird. I don't know why. Why does it look like that? I mean that with Denuvo, Elden Ring would have sold double or triple. I mean that I think that with Denuvo, Elden Ring probably would have sold more with Denuvo. But at the same time, it is anti-cheat, so you wouldn't also have a smaller community of the modding. And I think that one of the coolest aspects of Elden Ring was that people started to like release randomizers pretty early on, or the co-op mod, and those would not be possible with Denuvo. And you put camera jerk? What do you mean camera jerk? So that is a consideration that I probably believe that with Wukong, if you have Denuvo, you're probably not going to have any like mods for it, right? There are mods for it. Did they have an official modding support for... Does this still have Denuvo? Maybe it has official modding support. Yes, it does. Did they recently do that? They must have some official tools for it. That's nice. Good. Let's see how the main character sees the world of your game. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is my setup potion not working? Oh, walking around fluidly? It'll be nice when our game just looks better from an artistic standpoint, for sure. We don't have any artist on the team right now, and it definitely shows. Hold on a sec, I gotta figure out why this isn't working. On potion facade, potion data, set a potion, attach. That's weird. Oh, looks good. I've had some people say that it's too fast, which I kind of agree. I think the character does move around too fast. Maybe just a little bit, though. But we're not trying to be a, realistic game or anything. Quite the opposite. It's not spawning properly. Huh. The child actor potion facade. I mean, the potion facade is for sure working, right? Is the potion icons... Is this wrong? No. This is correct. Hmm. We are updating the potion data, right? Potion in a receptacle, update potion data. Wait, are we calling potion receptacle? Potion in receptacle, set potion data. It should work. Hmm. Is it not grabbing the right potion? Are we not setting the right index? I guess I could check. It is spawning the item, so it is hitting something. Potion index of 3. Correct. There is an issue with this, but it's separate. No, it is. This is the reason. This is the cause. I need to do a separate branching here. Can you access the code of the nodes? Yeah, you can look in the source and see what code is being run for blueprints. You can also make your own blueprints too. I should fix that. What's your idea of what's not working? I was doing improper branching, and then I failed to change one of the child actor classes to the ingredient facade. So it was actually trying to spawn an ingredient, but I was spawning a potion. Should be fixed now. One more thing. Hold on. Where am I at? Here it is. Java, we say child parent class is a class of child. It's the same in C. You have parents and children. That's all like all object oriented, right? Boink. That is what it should look like. Obviously there are some issues that we have to fix up tomorrow, or things that we have to finish up tomorrow. Since of course you can just keep adding potions in, we need to make it so that you can only add one in, and then we close that and we start the analyzing process. So that will get done tomorrow. And we should be able to finish up potion analyzing tomorrow, I would think. I don't see anything preventing us from getting all that done. And then we have some other methods of discovery that we need to work on as well before I can finalize all of this. Yeah, Unreal is entirely C++. It's the most, I would say, capable. Versatile language for games. Though you can make some exceptional games in any language. Make it Skyrim here. Yay, now it's Skyrim. These have concussive blast, they do. The barrel should still work with concussive blast, I think. Oh, yeah, they do. Look at that. A lot of work to make it so that the ingredients and potions float. But it does work. Some plastic bags in there, yeah. And turtles to choke on it. A lot of work left. A lot of work left. You have good vision? Thank you. I think it could be better. Honestly, I just wish I wasn't... I won't say that I am alone working on this, but I just wish that there were more people working with us. It's a lot to do alone, you know, even having like one more designer can help a lot. Already better. We primarily need a separate tooltip for this. Similar to like when you start farming. And you can see that new tooltip about farming info. It doesn't like full light. It'll grow overnight. My dad helped me. He loves gardening. I did that. I did farming in a week. I did farming and fishing both in a week each. That was pretty crazy. You have habaneros, dude. Habaneros I love. Habaneros are the limit of my spice level. After that, I can't. I could do something worse, but then I can't taste what I'm eating. But habaneros, I can still taste what I'm eating. Instead of one pepper, no, yeah, they're strong. They are strong. All right, guys, I'm gonna end it here for today. Thank you for watching. Thank you. We are getting really close to 700 followers. So if you like what we're doing and you aren't followed, consider giving us a follow, because every single metric helps when we go to publishers and we ask them for money. When we say that we have, you know, let's say 1,000 Twitch followers, you know, that all looks good. That's a kind of a confirmation that, you know, that people like what we're doing and like the game that we're making. So thank yous for all of the... Oh, you're not going to get the merit? Okay, that's fine. I'll call you after I'm done here, because I'm just finishing up. God, wife nagging me, asking me if I want anything. Actually, if you're going to Beata, I can meet you there. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I will be uploading this to YouTube. A couple of other things I can say. If you are new, we have a YouTube channel. You can type !YouTube, and that has all the days of development, as well as gameplay videos and game development educational videos where we do some like reactions with Tim Kane, and we talk about like game development and game design stuff. You can also type an !progress into chat, or if you're watching this on YouTube, it'll be in the description. This is a public tracker for our game, and you can see what we're working on and what we have prioritized. You can join our Discord, where we talk about stuff with games, and I post builds for Cauldron Chronicles when we have something new to talk about, so there's that. We have a Twitter, where I post some updates once in a while there, and I talk about some game dev stuff there too, like for instance the yellow paint controversy stuff. So tons of places you can follow us. Sorry, I'm still a little under the weather today, so I'm kind of like out of it. But I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully in better circumstances and not hungover. So, you might jump to YouTube link? You can type !YouTube. I will type it for you. There you go. Thank you so much for visiting us today, guys, and I will see you tomorrow at the usual time for more Cauldron Chronicles. Lizard, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. We're so close to 700 followers. Well, thank you guys, and I will catch you later. Have a great rest of your Monday. Bye-bye. Peace.